The President, please be seated. The chamber is now in session. We will hear the testimony of witness Mom Nai Elis Chan. Good morning, Mr. Mom Nai. I notice the presence of the Defense Counsel. You can take the floor.
Mr. Hu. Thank you, Mr. President. We are grateful for the presence of our learned colleague who is assisting or representing Mr. Mom Nai. However, the defense would like to express reservations with regard to the fact that our colleague has been asked to sit on the defense bench with us. This is like ruling beforehand on the prosecutor's request to consider Mr. Mom Nai today as an accused. If we look at the courtroom today, we see that Mr. Mom Nai has a legal representative who is on the defense side. He is therefore considered to be an accused. It does not seem appropriate to us. And if Mr. Mom Nai is entitled to representation, his rerepresentative should sit next to him, but not with the defense and Dyke. Thank you, Mr. President.
Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Jacquin, Mr. President.
The President, Ms. Jacquin, you take the floor.
Ms. Jacquin, good morning, Mr. President, Your Honours. We support the submissions of our colleague, Mr. Francois Roux, because we find it inappropriate as civil parties for the defense counsel to be part of the defense, for the lawyer for Mr. Mom Nai to be with the defense. We consider that it would be clear that Mr. Mom Nai, who is a witness, even though he is an assisted witness, that is a witness with counsel, should be given should have a situation where he is allowed to sit next to his counsel and perhaps can offer some guidance with regard to Mr. Mom Nai's situation. So we support the position of the defense. Thank you.
The President, I notice the presence of the co-prosecutor. You take the floor.
Good morning, Your Honours. Good morning, Counsel. Your Honours, I don't know whether the witness would have been aware that he was viewed in that manner until it was raised by the Defence Counsel. There's plenty of seats in the courtroom, and certainly that's not the first thing that would come to my mind if I was a witness in the courtroom. As to where the lawyer sits, we're in Your Honour's hands. I don't think it creates that impression whatsoever. However, now that impression has been created, we're in Your Honour's hands whether or not the defence lawyer the witness's lawyer should move. Your Honours, it just raises one other matter, and in relation to the procedure yesterday, where it was raised by the Defence Counsel that this witness should be informed or fully informed of his right against self-incrimination. As Your Honours are aware, he was informed by Your Honours prior to the defence raising an objection, and then there was more of a concern by the Defence Counsel that perhaps he wasn't fully aware of his right. That certainly wasn't clear to me that the witness wasn't fully aware of his right. However, having raised that concern, Your Honours, as you're aware, under Rule 28.8, and if I can read the rule, that concern should not be raised in front of the witness for obvious reasons, and secondly, that concern should be raised in advance of the witness's testimony, and thirdly, that concern should be raised in camera, so that any possible public alarm not be created, because it's a very sensitive and delicate area when dealing with witnesses coming from S21. And if I can just, and the reason why I raise this is that this witness is not the only witness that is a guard or an interrogator from S21, and it will apply, this procedure needs to be applied appropriately in terms of the advice that they should be given throughout these proceedings. And hopefully this will not occur again, raising an alarm with the witness, which, as Your Honours are well aware, the Defence Support Services, the Defence Office and the prosecution have been involved in extensive negotiations trying to offer a formula to suggest to the chambers as to appropriate legal advice that would be given to a witness that comes from S21 as a guard or an interrogator S21 to avoid exactly what happened yesterday, where the witness is scared off in a situation where the possibilities of prosecution are extremely remote, and that is clear. And that's why a proposal was put forward. Getting back to the law, Your Honours, if we look at Rule 28.8, it states, where a party, and that was the defence yesterday, is aware that the testimony of any witness may raise issues with respect to self-incrimination, or where the witness believes that may be raised, he or she shall request in camera, not in public, a hearing and advise the co-investigative judges or the chambers of this in advance of the testimony of this witness. Your Honours, this witness has been on the witness list for a long, long time. The defence had plenty of opportunities to raise this prior to the witness coming to court, but he waited and he waited and he waited until he was in the witness box to create the types of concerns that the prosecution, this chamber, all parties before the court are trying to balance through appropriate legal advice at the right time. Your Honour, and one further matter, the argument was raised on the premise that, and I just briefly reiterate, on the premise that because joint criminal enterprise has been been submitted to be considered by Your Honours in relation to the accused liability, because of that fact, the situation has changed in relation to this witness, where assurances that were given before are no longer valid now, because this theory has been asked by Your Honours to be considered in the final judgment. Your Honours, as you're aware, that's a legal nonsense. That's just simply not correct. There are plenty of theories under this court of individual criminal responsibility, instigating, aiding, abetting, planning, committing, and all of those theories are potentially theories that any other person at S21 possibly could be prosecuted for. But again, that possibility is remote. And so the basis of the defence's interjection was inaccurate, incorrect, and I would submit that for the future that these matters be raised in camera and in the absence of the witness to avoid exactly what happened yesterday. Thank you, Your Honours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je ne peux pas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I cannot leave unanswered the submissions of the Office of the Co-Prosecutors, who are pretending not to have understood, whereas you have, in fact, very clearly understood. We are not within the restricted context of Article 28(9), and I said this clearly yesterday. We have gone beyond that scope. The President informed the witness that he could avoid incriminating himself, but the witness should also have been told of the application that the co-prosecutors felt they had to file in regard to joint criminal enterprise. It is a completely different matter. You made the choice. You are explaining to us, in fact, that the choice was not necessary because there would have been other possibilities for incriminating the witness. So this is my question. So today, do you still seek joint criminal enterprise to be taken into account? You have just explained that it is not necessary. So the question is, do you maintain your request? And I think the lawyer assisting Mr. Mamnai today would be keen to find out whether you're maintaining joint criminal enterprise. That is to say, whether you are maintaining your position that if Doik were to be found guilty in light of joint criminal enterprise, it would automatically mean that this witness would be found guilty. Do you wish to maintain this? If you wish to maintain this, please inform the lawyer, inform the witness in the presence of the lawyer. That is what we want to know. Do you maintain it?
Your Honour, I don't know how many times this has to be stated, but whatever this accused is found guilty of or not, it has no implications whatsoever for any possible prosecution, albeit completely remote, of any other person at S21. There is no connection whatsoever that a finding on this court can have on any other potential prosecution in any other court. The point being is that potential prosecutions are completely remote, and that's the reason why these matters should be raised more delicately outside of the witnesses present. But I mean, I don't know how many times it has to be said, Your Honours, that this theory of liability is no different in terms of any implications for anyone else than any of the other theories of liability. Thank you.
Alors, retirez votre demande de joint criminal entreprise.
So withdraw your application for joint criminal enterprise to be taken into account, and then we'll all be more reassured for it.
រួមទៅចំណុចនេះនឹងវាអាចធានាបានទៅលើករណីដែលយើងអនុវត្តនៅទីនេះ
Mr.
The President. Thank you for the observations made by the Defense Counsel and the co-prosecutor. First, the Chamber would like to inform the parties that the Chamber has considered in details to provide a seat to the Council for Mr. Mom Knight at his current seat. And we thank you, the Defense Counsel and the Civil Party Lawyer Group 3, to raise the issue of the possible confusion of his sitting. Although the Chamber made a decision for the lawyer to sit next to the Defense Counsel, this does not mean the witness is guilty. The selection of the seat is appropriate. It's wide enough for him to sit, and it is close to his client, so that he can observe his client during the proceedings of the testimony, and that he would have the opportunity to raise his concerns or observations or to seek to counsel his client. Also, the Chamber would like to inform the parties and the public regarding the selection of the sitting. This is just for the sake of sitting. And as you know, he is a legal counsel, so we need to provide him an appropriate sitting location during the entire proceedings of his client, so that he is in an appropriate position to provide his service to his client. Also, in the proceedings, the right to manage the hearing is the sole discretion of the Chamber. The Chamber has also observed the standing on the feet to speak without the permissions from the President of the Chamber should not continue. You are all reminded that you need to seek the permission before you can speak in the courtroom.
You are not allowed. Good morning, Mr. Mom Knight. Now, have you got any assistance from the legal counsel, Mr. Mom Knight? Mom Knight, yes, I have. The President. What is the name of your lawyer? Mom Knight. His name is Kung Sam On. The President, is he present in the hearing today? Mom Knight, he is in the courtroom. The President, Mr. Kung Sam On, could you please rise? This is lawyer Kung Sam-on. He is the legal counsel for the witness Mom Nai. Because of the special condition of this witness, as he has requested for a legal counsel during his testimony, the Vesu unit in collaboration with other units of the ECCC has made the decision to seek the assistance of the lawyer to assist the witness. The public is informed that this lawyer is not defending the accused. He is here to provide assistance to the special witness. Mr. Kong Som-on, you can now be seated. Mr. Mom Nai, have you consulted your lawyer? Mom Nai, I have consulted him. The President, now, are you able to respond to questions by the chamber now? Mom Nai, I am able to do so. The President, Mr. Mom Nai, could you please describe the locations where you work and live during the period from 1975 to 1979. So what did you do and where did you live? Mom Nai, after 1970, I worked as a professor. I taught at Nek Luang and Kon Tuot. And later on, in 1973, there was a rally in which teachers protested to get pay rise. At that time, the Lon Nol soldiers opened fire on the participants in that rally. In light of the event, I ran away into the jungle to study political sessions in Kriang Dap. Later, Dodge, who was known to me from school, in the preparatory course for the bachelor degree sessions, and the person who was accused during Sihanouk regime as the Khmer Rouge supporter and who was detained at Praise saw together, and after the session he asked that I work with him in Om Lang, the security office. After the 1975, the 17th of April, I came to work in Phnom Penh. The President. Now, could you please tell us more of what happened next to you after the 1975? Tell us about your occupations. And we want to hear more of these consequences until the 1979, please. Mom, I worked in the security section. First at PS. Later on, we moved to Tuol Swai Prey location. We worked there until the Vietnamese troops invaded Phnom Penh. Then we escaped to the west. The President, could you tell us about the work you was assigned at the security office at Om Lang and your accounts of the situation back then? So, what did you do in that security office? What were your main roles? And what else did you see, including the supervisors, your superior and other people at that location? Mom Nai, Comrade Deutsch requested me from Krang Kadap to work with him at that security office. At the outset, I had some kind of spirit issue because I worked in the jungle and I was rather narrow-minded at that time while working at the security office. And alongside the contraction of malaria, I found it difficult to work. I would like to make a request to Deutsch so that I could work with Hong. And my duties were rather mixed up because when I came in the first place at that location, he was not assigning me any tasks. I only were made to plant potatoes. Sometimes I was asked to go to Sector 31 to contact the chief of Sector 31 to request for some supplies, because the chief of that sector had been in jail during the king's regime, and later on he did not allow me to stay with Tân Kim Hong, and I still maintain my current task, planting the potatoes. At night, he made me sit down to observe him interrogating detainees. And then He asked me to interrogate the less important people at night. There were detainees, but there were very few, and the guards were in very few number, and most of them were young people, very young. That's all, Your Honor. The President, so what was Arm Liang identified at the beginning? What was the function of Arm Liang Security Office, and when did they close this office? Mom Nai, I don't know when this security office was initially established. When I got there, the office already had existed, but its operation ground to a halt after the liberation of Phnom Penh. The President, after the 17th of April 1975, you stated that you worked in Phnom Penh at Security Office of S21 until the date, the liberation day of the 7th of January 1979. What kind of tasks were you assigned to do in that office, and who recruited you to work at Office S21? Mom Nai, I came to work at S21 along with Comrade Dutch, who had worked together with me at Arm Liang Security Office, and I was assigned to interrogate less important detainees. That's all, Mr. President. The President, judges of the bench, would you wish to put questions to this witness? The floor is yours. Judge Tumini, you take the floor. Judge Tumini, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Mom Nai, you stated to the President earlier on that you went into the jungle to do the revolution. So what year were you in the jungle? Mom Nai, it was in 1973. Judge Tumini, before 1973, you stated that you were detained by the Sihanouk officers. And what were you charged of back then, or charged with? Correction. Mom Nai, before the 1970, when Prince Sihanouk ruled the country, I was imprisoned because I was accused of joining the Khmer Rouge revolution. Judge Tumini, did you join the revolution then that led to your arrest? Mom Nai, I joined the revolution when I studied, still at school, I studied the revolutions of Soviet and revolution in China, so I loved communism. Judge Tumini, so you studied communist theory, the communism of Soviet and of China. That's why you went into the jungle to join the revolution. You stated that after 1973, during the time when you were in the jungle, you were in Krang Dap, and then you attended political sessions. Could you please elaborate further about those political sessions? Mom Nai, during those political sessions, I was taught the situation of Cambodia and also about the revolution, more about revolution. Judge Tumini, after you met Dutch, while you were in jungle, then Dutch asked that you work with him in armed land at the security office. What did the security section mean during that time to you? Mom Nai, it was not different from the normal nature. I mean, security referred to the interrogation of detainees. Judge Tumini, so security section means that you were asked to interrogate detainees. So what kind of detainees were arrested and sent to that security office? Mom Nai, the security guards at Om Leang were not given the rights to make any arrest. We were asked to only interrogate people who were sent to us. And mainly, we got a report from the bases, especially about those people who conducted activities to counter revolution. Judge Tumini, thank you. So the basis, people arrested those detainees and accused them of counter-revolutionary. So who would be regarded as the people who counter the revolutions? Mom Nai, when the base made the arrest of those people, I have no idea how the base would regard those people, but through interrogations we could find out that those people conducted some kind of activity to deter people not to join the revolution or to talk bad about revolution. Judge Tumini, so those people who were detained and arrested and detained to security office at Om Leang were those who got the tendencies against the revolution. Were those people the people in the revolution already, or were they these soldiers of Lol or the spies. Mom, I don't think I quite understand this situation, but through my general observation, there were people in the revolutionary rank and also the ordinary citizen, and also people in the soldiers or maybe in the spies, but the two later kinds of people had not been of my knowledge whether they were the people who were arrested and sent to the security office, because they arrested only the people who hated the revolution. Judge Tumini, who was the chairman of Om Leang Security Office?
Mom Nai Elis Jan. Judge Tumini, you take the floor to continue your questions. Judge Tumini, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Mom Nai, before the break, you stated that you only interrogated less important prisoners and the Vietnamese prisoners. In interrogating the Vietnamese prisoners, did you know how to speak Vietnamese, or you had to work with an interpreter? Mom Nai, initially, I knew a little bit of Vietnamese, and I interrogated alone. I used gestures, and sometimes I drew a picture to show to the Vietnamese prisoner to respond. Later on, I was assisted by an interpreter, and my Vietnamese was improved. So with the assistance from the Vietnamese interpreters, then my Vietnamese became better. When I first interrogated, Dutch advised me that the upper echelon needed to have the response within 1 month. Actually, the response was not that difficult because they wanted information regarding the battlefields. So I fulfilled my task, though not 100% satisfaction. I got the information from the battlefield and I reported it to Dutch. Testimony, thank you. Let me go back a little bit. You also stated while in the forest you worked with Dutch. And you also stated that Dutch instructed you to interrogate to get a response within 1 month. And you successfully carried out the assigned duty because only the information regarding the battlefields was sought. Are you talking about Dutch? You mean the accused Kangaj Ew Elias Dutch? You mean the person who is here sitting in the courtroom? the President. Miss Mom Night, you had to wait. You can only speak after the red light is on, so that your voice can be transmitted to the interpreter, who in turn will interpret into English and French for the international participants. I hope you can abide by this simple instruction for the records to be clear. Judge Tomane, can you ask the question again? Because there has not been a response yet. Judge Tomane, Mom Nai, can you confirm the person you named Dutch is actually the accused Kang Gach Il alias Dutch, who is sitting in this courtroom? Response. Before I respond, I apologize to Mr. President that I spoke before the red light was on. I will try to make the proceedings smoothly as suggested by the President. Yes, it's this Comrade Dutch, who was my superior and instructed me to interrogate the Vietnamese prisoners and to get a response within 1 month. Judge Tomane, you also claimed after the Liberation Day of 17 April 1975, you were transferred from Om Leang to Phnom Penh to PS. What does PS mean? Response. It was the former police station or police office during the previous regime. Question. Previously, we have only heard the PJ location. Is this the same, the PJ and the PS? Response. From what I understand, it is the same location. Question. You stated that in interrogating the Vietnamese prisoners, Dutch instructed you to get the confessions within a certain period of time. Did Dutch himself instruct you or advise you the method of interrogation or the method of torture? Response. When I interrogated either Cambodian prisoners or Vietnamese prisoners, I was not instructed on the method of torture or any other method, including the method of interrogation. Question. So this is about you personally. What about the other interrogators? Did Dutch or Kang Gach Il instruct them or teach them how to do torture and interrogation? Response. In principle, as I have stated, I was only mindful about my duties, and they were mindful only about their duties. So whether he instructed them on the methods or not, it's beyond my knowledge. Question. In conducting the arrest, and those people were detained at S21, do you know the locations where those people were detained? Response. On this matter, I also had no knowledge. I only know that at the Punyayat High School, they were detained there. Question regarding the detention. Do you have knowledge whether they were detained in a common room or they were placed in individual cells? Response. Also, I have no knowledge on this matter because I was not a supervisor or have any main role. I was just a plain and simple interrogating cadre. Question. So the location where you worked and interrogated prisoners was located within the Punyayat High School. Is this correct? Response. I interrogated prisoners in a house outside the compound. It was about 200 to 300 meters away. Question. Did you ever enter the compound of H21 prison, that is the Punyayat High School? Response. One day I asked permission from Dutch to meet my former student who was arrested from his base and sent for detention. Although I met him there, I was not allowed to wander everywhere within the compound. My former student was taken to meet me, and after that meeting, I left. Question. So, you used to enter that compound. How many times did you visit since you started working there and until the day you fled? Response. I went there when I went to visit my former student. Question. What about the live view meetings or major political training which was held monthly or annually? Where were those meetings or trainings held? The political training, response, was held at a Christian church, a Catholic church, outside the prison compound. And the lifestyle view meetings were held at various places. Probably they could be held at his house. On one occasion, it was held outside to the south of the railway station. Question. So those prisoners who were brought to you for interrogation, when they were brought to you, did you observe how what the conditions they were in? Were they blindfolded, cuffed, or shackled? Response. They were cuffed. Their hands were cuffed to the back and they were blindfolded. Question. When they entered the interrogation room, what was the process next? Response. When they arrived at a house where I would interrogate them, the prisoners would be shackled on both feet. Then they would remove the cuff and the blindfold, and then the guard would sit and wait at the exit at the door, and I and the prisoner would be alone in the room for my interrogation. Question. Were you aware that when the prisoners were arrested, were their biographies made or were they photographed? Response. I do not know on this matter because it's the duties of other staff, and I did not dare ask people. I was afraid that I would be in trouble if I did so. That is one thing. And on the second thing, I rarely met other staff. Question. So when the prisoners were taken to you for interrogation, did they bring along any documents related to the prisoners to be interrogated by you, or only the prisoners were brought to you with no other attached documents? Response. Only the prisoners were brought to me for interrogation. Question. Did you observe that the prisoners who were brought to you, were there any signs of them being tortured? Response. I did not see any signs or mark. That is one point. And the second point is that I did not pay much attention to them. They were dressed casually. Question. Regarding the clothes of the prisoners, what do you mean by casual clothing? Were they in the clothing that from the base of the unit when they were arrested, or were they changed? Response. I did not know whether the clothes they wore were from the time when they were arrested or not, but they wore casual dress. It's not the dress of the revolutionary people, because the revolutionary people only wore black clothes, and those people, the prisoners, they wore colored clothes. Question. Can you tell us if those prisoners who were arrested and detained at S21 receive a sufficient food ration? Response. It's really further beyond my knowledge to acquaint with this matter. Question. So when the prisoners were brought to you for interrogation, did you observe whether they were in good health, or they were skinny and pale due to insufficient food? Response. From my observation, those prisoners were neither skinny nor pale. They were in normal physical condition, neither fat nor skinny. Question. In the room where you interrogated the prisoners, were any torturing tools displayed on the wall or on the table in order to strengthen the emotion or the psychology of the prisoners to be interrogated? Response: in the room where I conducted my interrogation, there was no torturing tools displayed on the wall or on any table. Question: you stated that you only interrogated the less important prisoners and the Vietnamese prisoners. What about those important prisoners? Which group was in charge of interrogating them? Response: for important prisoners, from what I know, there was another group of interrogators, and Comrade Pon was the interrogator. Question: the interrogator group where Comrade Pon belonged to, did they torture the prisoners? Response: I do not have knowledge on this matter because the interrogation conducted by Pon's group was about 500 meters away from where I interrogated the prisoners. Question: besides Pon's group, was there any other groups of interrogators? Response: besides Pon's group, there were other interrogators, but I do not know the actual number. Yes, there were, but I do not know how many prisoners they interrogated or how many of them. Question: do you know if or how many groups of interrogators were classified? For example, the cold group, the hot group, or the chewing group? Response: I do not know or have knowledge on this matter, as I only interrogated the prisoners without applying any torture. It is my understanding that applying torture would lead to inappropriate confessions. There would be little truth in a false confession. Question: so, did you believe if torture was applied at S21? Response: as I stated earlier, it is possible that torture was used. And why I said that? Because based on the previous international practice and based on the practice of the former Cambodian police, they practice torture. So I cannot say whether they practice torture or not. I cannot be precise on this matter. Question: After the prisoners were interrogated and after the confessions were extracted, what happened to them? Were they released or were they sent to be smashed? Response: I have no knowledge on this matter. Because I was an interrogator, I was not a guard, nor I had a position to have knowledge on this matter. Questioned. Based on our previous observation, you were an experienced interrogator since you were at the security office at Homeland and until later on at the S21. So, as an experienced interrogator, did you ever share your experience to the younger interrogators at S21? Response: I had no role in instructing the method of interrogation through any other people. Question: in your interrogation, did you ever interrogate female prisoners? Response: I cannot recall. I cannot recall clearly whether I ever interrogated any female prisoner. Question: did you ever torture or did you ever witness anyone using torture on any other prisoners? Response: I never used any torture. And I did not know about the other people because interrogation houses were separate from one another, and I did not know whether other interrogators used torture or not. And in principle, we dare not to contact each other. Wherever someone was, someone had to be there. We could not wander around freely. Question: did you ever interrogate any S21 staff? Response: no, I never did that. Question: do you know if any S21 staff were arrested? Response: I did not know that. But another person who used to live and sleep with me disappeared, and I suspected that the person was arrested. Question: did you know the reason for the disappearance or the reasons of the person whom you suspect was arrested? Response: No, I did not know the reason for the arrest or the disappearance. Question: Besides interrogating prisoners, did you know the fate of those prisoners? Where were they taken to? Were they released or smashed? Response: I do not know whether they were released or smashed, because I did not dare to ask. Even Comrade Luch, I did not ask him. I was afraid that I would be implicated in the treacherous network. Question: During your employment at S21, how many S21 staff did you know, and what are their names? Response: During the time that I worked at S21, I knew the deputy, Uncle Ho, and the group of the younger combatants from Om Leang, Comrade Pon, Comrade Hui at the rice fields, and another Hui who was assigned to receive the prisoners. Besides, I do not know the rest. Or maybe I had known some, but I could not recall them. Question: Did you know that at S21 there was a female interrogation team? A response: Regarding a female interrogation team, I knew and heard of it, but I did not know how many interrogators in there. I knew that the wife of Uncle Ho was in charge of that female interrogation team. Question: What about the female prisoners? Were there any pregnant female prisoners or the female prisoners whose children came along? Response: As I stated earlier, I was not in a position to know this matter, as I did not have any important role, and there was a strict rule not to wander freely. We had to stay where we were assigned to work. In the previous regime, as a saying goes, we just have to plant a kapok tree. It means we just pretend to be blind and deaf and not to know about other people's affairs. And that is the reason that I survive until today. And if I kept poking around, probably I would have been arrested and gone. Question: During the time that you interrogated the prisoners, were there anyone coming to observe or to supervise your interrogation? Response. For me, when I did the interrogation, there was no one coming to supervise me. Even Comrade Dutch, he did not come to supervise during the time that I was interrogating. He was only waiting to receive the reports and the confessions. As for Uncle Ho, sometimes he just came quickly to look and left. So, regarding the inspection or supervision of the interrogation, for myself, it did not happen. Question. In conducting your interrogation to a prisoner, was there any rule on the time limit or the number of sessions of interrogation? For example, for each interrogator, there shall be only 1 or 2 sessions of interrogation within 1 week or 1 month. Were there any such rules? Response. For me, as an interrogator, I never received any guidelines from Comrade Dutch regarding the time limit or the sessions for interrogating a prisoner. If there was a special requirement to be considered for an interrogation, then I would be instructed, for example, to get an information regarding a battlefield, and that I need to get a response within 1 month.
Question. What happened to the confessions obtained from the detainees questioned? Where would they be sent to? Response. Regarding the transmission of the confessions, I think it is out of my knowledge. Question. In the conduct of the interrogations, were there only the attempts to obtain biography and the string of traitors applied? Or do you know that, for example, when a person implicated other people in the confession and later on those people were subsequently arrested to S21? Mom Nai, I don't know about this. Question. When the confessions were obtained from the detainees, to you, did you think that all the confessions are true? Response. For me, I think partially the confessions were true, but the quality of the truth is very minimal. Question. As a staff member of S21, Do you think you know that Prey Saw was also under charge by S21? Response. According to the livelihood sessions I attended, I learned that S21 was under the supervision of S21. Question. Do you know the purpose of the Prey Saw establishment? Response. So far as I know, it was designed for detaining people to grow rice or to plant rice. Judge Tumini, were there ordinary staff used to plant rice, or detainees were used to grow those rice? Response. I don't know what kind of people were used to plant rice there. Question. How were people at Prey Saw treated? Were they detained or were arrested and sent to the security office? Because they arrested only the people who hated the revolution. Judge Tumini, who was the chairman of Liang Security Office? Mom Nai, Comrade Deutsch was the chairman. Judge Tumini, who were superior than Deutsch? Mom Nai, I don't know. Judge Tumini, you indicated that at the beginning, when you went to Liang, you were not assigned any specific tasks, but that you were made to sit next to Deutsch to observe interrogation, and later on you were assigned to interrogate less important people. Can you tell the court how interrogations carried out at security office at Liang? Mom Nai. The interrogations carried out at Liang were mainly based on the obtaining of biography and the getting to know the activities of the detainees before they were arrested. Judge Tumini. So what were the techniques applied during interrogation, for example, when any detainee did not respond? Mom Nai. To obtain biography is a task which is not very important because we only made people tell us about their past activities. so that we can really produce a biography, and that's not difficult. If the people did not want to respond, then we could probe them to describe in details their activities, after all. Judge Tumani, this is your personal experience in interrogation. What about other interrogators? Were tortures applied by those interrogators when the detainees did not respond? I mean, other people. Mom Nai, I don't think I know about him. Judge Tumani, you said you did not know about them, but can you tell us whether tortures were applied at arm's length toward the detainees? Mom Nai, through my observation or conclusion, I think in general tortures would might have been carried out or might not. Judge Tumani, so you are not quite sure about these tortures. So after you had obtained the confessions, to whom those confessions were sent? Mom Nai, after interrogation, the interrogator would record all the details given by the detainees and make a summary of the records to be sent to Deutsch. Judge Tumani, do you know after the confessions were obtained and then after Deutsch had read those confessions, to who else the confessions would be sent? Mom Nai, I don't know to whom he sent the confessions to, but I know for sure that the confessions were sent to upper echelon. Judge Tumani, who were the upper echelon you referred to here? Mom Nai, I don't know whether the upper echelon here referred to the zone or the sector.
Judge Tumani, after the interrogation was complete, what happened to the detainees? Were the detainees released or they were taken and killed? Mom Nai, I am unclear on this matter. After the interrogation was complete, the detainee would be taken back to his holding cell. I was not close to those detainees. Just 2 minutes. Can you recall after the 17th April 1975? The liberation soldiers took control of Phnom Penh and S-21 office was established. Can you verify When was the actual time the S21 was established? Mom Nai. I cannot verify on this matter. However, it was established after 17 April 1975. At that time, I did not know the name of that security office. Only later I learned the name was S21. Too many. So you came from Om Lang to work at S21. When was that? Mom Nai. I left Om Lang together with a Comrade Duch and other cadres. We came to work at a PS location. Question. When was that? When you left Om Lang to work at the PS location? Response. After the liberation day of 17 April 1975, I am not really sure. I think it could be 1 month after the 17 April 75. Question. Who was in charge of S21 at the time? A response, Your Honor. Are you asking me after the announcement of the establishment of S21 or after I left Om Lang immediately after that? Question. After you immediately left Om Lang and came to Phnom Penh, who was in charge of S21 at the time? Response. After I left Om Lang, as I told you, Your Honor, I did not know whether S21 had already been established. I only know that Nat was in charge. Question. So it means initially Nat was in charge. And what about Kangek Yêu alias Duch? When did he take control of S21? Response. Regarding the exact dates, I cannot recall. However, I only know certain events. That is, after Nat left, Duch rose to replace him. Question. Can you describe the structure of S21? How many units did S21 have? And what were the exclusive duties of each unit? Response. Regarding the units at S21, I do not have actual knowledge because I had no important position. I only know that there was a section at the rice fields and there was a defense section and an interrogation section. Question. What were the duties of each section, the one at the rice field, the defense, and the interrogation section? Response. From what I understand, for the rice fields, they worked in the rice fields, and the defense section, actually, they guarded those people who were detained, and for the interrogation section, their main duty was to interrogate the detainees. However, I do not know the actual details of the organization. Question. Can you describe the compound of S21? Which areas was under the supervision of S21? Response. I also do not know clearly on this matter. Question. You have already stated that at Om-Leang, your role was an interrogator. What about at S21? What was your role at the time? Response. At S21, initially, Comrade Dutch assigned me to contact Sector 31 to request for some children and cattle in order to use in the rice fields and to transport the old clothes and to gather zinc to return to the Sector 31 in order to distribute those zinc to the farmers. And later on, I was assigned to interrogate not important prisoners. Question. How many people in your interrogation unit? Response. I do not have actual knowledge on this matter because I personally interrogated alone. I do not know how many interrogators were at S21. Question. Can you recall for those people who were arrested and sent to S21, where were they from? Response. I do not know on this matter. Question. We observed that you and Dutch came from Om-Leang. What about the security staff at Om-Leang? Were they also transferred? Were all of them transferred to work at S21? Response. From what I know, all of them were transferred to S21. However, I did not know where they worked or which sections they were assigned to. Question. How many staff in total work at S21? Response. Journal. My role was an interrogator. I had no privilege to know the total number of staff working at S21. Question. Regarding the periods that you performed your duty at S21, did you receive any political training? Response. Political training was provided monthly or annually? Yes. Question. What was the content of a political training? Response. They taught us the view on the situation and the stance on organization and on the party's stance. Question. Can you describe each line that was taught to you? For example, the political line or the organizational line? Response. Jonah. I can only recall some parts of it. I cannot recall all the details because for the political situation at the time we were taught about the socialist revolution, and for the psychological line that we had to rebuild ourselves in conformation with the political line. Regarding the organizational line, it means the lower level has to respect and abide the upper echelon. Question. You talk about the socialist political line. What were the details of this line? Were you taught on that? Response. I cannot recall it at the moment. Question. You stated you interrogated alone, so you were not aware of the other interrogators. What about the categories of those people whom you interrogated? Who were they? Response. It is difficult for me to tell you. Mostly I interrogated the combatants or the low-ranking cadres. Only occasionally I interrogated the cadres up to the platoon level. Question. You stated you interrogated only those low-level prisoners, not senior-ranking prisoners. So it meant those people who were arrested and taken to detain at S21, they were those within the rank of the revolution. Is this correct? Response. Those who were arrested and detained at S21, they were those people who were within the revolutionary rank, especially within the military sector. Question. Besides the prisoners who were within the military sector of the revolutionary rank, did you notice any other types of prisoners? Response. I do not have actual knowledge of that. Question. At S21, were there any foreign prisoners? Foreign prisoners mean the Westerners. Were there any? Response. For me, I had no knowledge at all on this matter. I had no right to walk freely or to interfere with other people's affairs. I was only knowledgeable of the affair or duties assigned to me. Question. Did S21 ever receive civilian prisoners or Vietnamese soldiers? Response. For the Vietnamese soldiers, yes, there were Vietnamese soldiers. And why I said that? Because Comrade Dutch assigned me to interrogate Vietnamese prisoners. Questions. The Vietnamese people whom you interrogated, were they civilian or soldiers? Response. The ones I interrogated were soldiers. Question. Can you recall the exact numbers of the Vietnamese civilians and soldiers whom were arrested and sent to S21? How many of them? Response. I have no actual knowledge of this matter. I only know about those who were sent to me for interrogation, and after the interrogation was complete, they were taken back. This is my knowledge on the matter. Question. So, you personally, how many Vietnamese soldiers whom you interrogated? Response. I cannot recall clearly the total number. It could be 10 or 20 of them. Question. In the making of the arrest of those people and sent to S21, how was the operation of arrest carried out? Do you have knowledge of that? Response. Your Honor, I do not have knowledge on this matter. Question. What about the detention of prisoners? Do you know how prisoners were detained? Response. I also do not have clear knowledge on this matter. I had no right to enter the detention facilities. Question. For those prisoners whom you interrogated, how were they brought to you? Did you go to take them personally from the detention? Or how were they handed over to you for interrogation? Response. I myself did not personally go and take any prisoner from the detention. Most of the time, they were brought to me, and they waited and guarded them while I interrogated them. Question. So you yourself never went to take the prisoner from the detention by yourself and they were brought to you at the interrogation location. Is this correct? Response. They were brought to me for interrogation. Question. Regarding the interrogation method, when a prisoner was taken to you for interrogation, how did you conduct your interrogation? Response. When a prisoner was taken to me, after the prisoner was shackled and then the hands were untied, I started to interrogate the person. But first, I had to play politics with them, to speak, to tell them, to make them understand, and that they agree to make confessions. And then I started to ask about the biography, and I would ask them to talk about their personal histories and activities. Question. So after you gave the prisoners an advice, and then you asked them to talk about their biography and their activities. And if a prisoner confessed, did you write down the confession or you asked the prisoner to write his own confession? Response. The confession was written by me myself. Question. You have stated that when a prisoner came in, you play a psychological trick to make him or her confess. And if the person confessed, you would write the confession. What happened to those who refused to confess? Response. I personally, when I asked the person about the biography and their activities, it was not difficult at all. Regarding the history of the activities, I would ask whom the prisoner have contact with, or the senior people and their involvement. And if a prisoner refused to respond, then I explained further. That is one method. And another method, I would instruct the guards to take the prisoner back to the detention cell for the prisoner to think for a while, to reflect on their negative and positive activities. Question. During the time the prisoners refused to confess, they would be taken back for them to reflect on their activities. How long had you to wait in order to bring them back? Response. It was quite a long time, sometimes 2 to 3 days. Question. What would happen next if after a few days and the prisoners still refuse to confess? Response. If they refuse to confess, I would examine the history and the biography from the beginning, and after that I would make an analysis And if they had no response to provide, then I would send the report and the confession to Comrade Dutch. Question. Were there instructions provided to you after you sent the confessions and the report to Kangkek Yêu alias Dutch? Were there any instructions from Kangkek Yêu or Dutch to you how to conduct or to further interrogate those prisoners? Response. Your Honor, I cannot recall anything related to this matter. Question. What about the format of how to write the confession? Were you taught how to write the confession in order to use it uniformly within S21? Or it's up to an individual interrogator to write the confession? Response. From my understanding, it is up to the individual interrogator. However, it's all conform to the general form, for example, on the biography or on the personal activities. Question. So, were you taught on how to write or the method of interrogation through S21 staff? Response. I do not have actual knowledge on this matter. I only know that generally in a confession there has to be a biography and the personal activities. Question. For S21 staff, were there any monthly or weekly meetings held amongst the staff? Response. The meetings were held regarding the live view. There were no meetings held amongst the interrogators to discuss on how to interrogate or the method of interrogation. Question. What is a live view meeting? What was it about? Response. Live view meeting was held at each respective level. For ordinary people, they would hold it amongst themselves, and for the progressive mass, they would hold amongst those progressive mass themselves in their own group. So for the candidate members, then they would have the meetings amongst themselves at their level. And in the live view meeting, it's to reflect on the quality and the negative activities, and that we also have to self-criticize or to criticize others, and be determined to rebuild ourselves. Question. So for the live view meeting, how many people in your group who attended the meeting for each session?
Mom Nai. In our group, I don't remember how many were. They were, but there were no less than 4 to 5 people in each session. Question. During the course of interrogation, were there any other interrogators or people involved to observe you? Response. When I interrogated detainees, first I interrogated Khmer detainees. No one except me myself who conducted the interrogation, and there were guards who were on guard at the location. But when I started the interrogations of the Vietnamese detainees, there was a person who was with me. Uncle Ho would occasionally join me in the interrogation. So, in general, I was by my own with just the security guards. And later on, Dutch asked another detainee named Chan from Hanoi to help me to translate the Vietnamese confessions. I worked with Chan until the date when the Vietnamese troops approached Phnom Penh. The President, it is now time the chamber would take adjournment, so the court will be adjourned for 20 minutes. The court officials is advised to take the witness, Mr. Mom Nai, to his waiting room during the break. And please take him to the courtroom at 10:50.
Zero 66316 be displayed, please. Thank you. Could you scroll down to the bottom of that document, please? Now, is that your signature, Chan, and the date under the date 14/12/78?
Response. Yes, there is, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now, if you scroll up 2 paragraphs, according to my English translation, the paragraph, the first paragraph you see there says, currently the first group is their voice. Have I got the correct paragraph? Is that the part that's shown in Khmer on the top of the screen? All right, well, I'll read on in the English. Currently, the first group is their voice, those who put up a brave front for others to fight. But idealistically, they have lost hope and no longer have faith in the Yuan Party. The second and third groups are almost ready to desert. They do not dare fight our Cambodian army. When they see our troops, they throw down their weapons and run off to save themselves right away. Now it appears that that confession was taken on the 14th of December 1978, or less than 1 month before the Vietnamese arrived at S21. Did you believe that statement then, that the Vietnamese were ready to desert? They don't dare fight the Cambodian army. They throw down their weapons and run off to save themselves. Did you believe those statements then?
Response. This confession is not the confession for all the Yuan military units. It only reflects one small unit of the Yuan military. So it only tells us about a small unit, because in general I don't think I believed the response to be true.
Do you think that this person making this confession was a very frightened man?
Response. I believe that this Yuan military was not frightened.
What happened to that soldier after his confession was completed?
Response. After the confessions completed, I have no idea what happened to him. I think he would be taken back to the place where he would have been detained.
Did you know that the policy at S21 was, as the accused has described it to the court, that anyone who was detained was guilty and everyone who was detained would be killed?
Response. I don't know about this.
Can you tell me when the conflict between Cambodia and Vietnam started?
Response. I don't recall the year or the actual date of when the conflict between the two countries started. The conflicts had started long ago, before the liberation, because the Viet Cong soldiers were removed from the country, and I don't remember in which year it was that I heard that the Vietnamese attacked at the border.
Yes, could the screen be turned to the usual view, please? So are you saying that the conflict between Vietnam and Cambodia started before the 17th of April 1975?
Response. Before the liberation, Viet Cong had to withdraw to their countries, and that's all.
And you have said that the Vietnamese attacked Cambodia. Is that correct?
Response. There were conflicts at the border. Only when we learned that they attacked us that we knew that we were invaded.
So the conflicts with the border, were they around about the same time as the liberation by the Democratic Party of Kampuchea of Phnom Penh?
Response. The conflict at the border started after the Liberation Day.
Was there an ongoing conflict between the two countries from liberation until the Vietnamese invaded Cambodia and arrived in Phnom Penh on the 6th of January 1979?
Response. The conflicts had been taken place until the day Phnom Penh was liberated.
And how did you hear about the conflicts? Was it from your education sessions, from the radio, or from some other means?
Response. I don't recall how I came to hear about the conflicts. I only learned when the Vietnamese soldiers were arrested and sent to me that I knew there were conflicts.
Do you recall ever hearing the accused talk about the conflict with Vietnam, or did he ever discuss it with you personally?
Response. The conflicts at border was not discussed among I myself and Deutsch.
Thank you very much. I have no other questions, President.
The President, Judge Levenge, you take the floor.
Bonsoir,
Judge Lavergne. Good afternoon, Mr. Mamnai. I am therefore Judge Lavergne, and I'm going to put a few questions to you to try to clarify a certain number of points in your statements. First of all, can you tell us more specifically when you met the accused for the first time, you spoke about some kind of preparation training for the baccalaureate exam. So was Duke your student back then, or were you working, preparing the baccalaureate together?
Response. I did not meet him before that baccalaureate preparation. But later on, when we studied at the higher education institution, I only saw him and he saw me. So this is just how we came into contact. We did not meet to discuss any matters. I saw him, he saw me.
Donc, vous voyez,
Judge Lavergne, so you would see each other at the Pedagogical Institute, or was it somewhere else? Where exactly were you seeing each other?
Response. We saw each other at that pedagogical institution.
Judge Lavergne, back then you were both students, or was there one teaching the other?
Response. At that time, I don't know whether he was the student or professor, but I was the professor already.
Judge Lavergne, can you remind us who was the principal of the Pedagogical Institute back then?
Response. First, perhaps Mr. Keng Van Sak was. Later on, Son Sen was his successor.
Vous aviez établi une
Judge
relation
Lavergne,
particulière avec...
did you build up any kind of special relationship with Son Sen?
Response. No, I didn't.
Saviez-vous quels
Judge
étaient
Lavergne,
ses-
did you know what were his political orientations back then?
Response. I don't know.
Vous avez
Judge Lavergne,
expliqué
you explained that you had been detained during the Sihanouk regime. Can you tell me if you had been sentenced by a court? What was the sentence?
Response. During that regime, I was sentenced, and when my family made a request to Lonol, then Lonol released me. Later on, the military court called me to the court, and I was informed that I was not guilty. I was just was during the time of political tension that I was arrested.
Judge Lavergne, so you were released following a request that was addressed to Lon Nol. I don't know if he was a marshal or a general back then. And how long were you detained?
Response. So far as I remember, I was detained for about 2 years, maybe, yeah, about 2 years.
Judge Lavergne, during your detention, did you have the opportunity of meeting the accused?
Mom này. During the time of my detention, Comrade Dodge and I were detained in the same room.
Et qu'est-ce que vous disiez pendant toute cette détention?
What did you talk about during this detention? Did you talk about politics?
Mom này. During my detention, we did not talk about politics. We talk about the fact that we tried to eat so that we could survive.
Est-ce que vous avez été victime de mauvais traitements à cette époque-là pendant vos détentions?
During your detention, were you maltreated, or did you see anyone else being maltreated during that time?
Response. During the time of my detention, I was not mistreated because I had already been interrogated by the police. Immediately after my arrest, I was sent to the military court, and in the prison, I saw the mistreatment on prisoners.
Qu'est-ce que c'était ces mauvais traitements?
What did this maltreatment consist of? What was it?
Response. I did not know what happened, but I saw a prisoner being beaten at a location in like a building with an open space, and the person was beaten by a number of people until he became unconscious.
Lors de cette incarcération, est-ce que vous avez
during your imprisonment,
par la suite,
did you come to know other people who worked afterwards in M13 or S21?
Response. During my detention, I did not know anybody else. There were other people who were detained there. However, none of them had come to work either at M13 or at S21.
Lorsqu'on vous a dit que
Judge Lavergne,
coupable,
when you were told that you were not guilty after you were freed, were you reabsorbed into the public education system?
Response. After I was released, I returned back to the school to teach.
Question.
vos activités en tant que membre du Parti communiste.
During your activities as a member of the Cambodia Democratic Party, perhaps I should ask you whether you were a member of that party.
Response. At that time, I was not yet a member of the CPK party, but I was part of the Angka of the party. I was the focal person already at the time.
Par la suite, quand vous avez
Subsequently, says Judge Lavergne, when you became a member of the CPK, were you asked to draft biographies? And did you mention these facts, including the fact that you have been freed thanks to Marshal Lon Nol?
Response. I cannot recall regarding this point. I was not sure whether I mentioned it or not.
Alors, venons-en à
Judge Lavergne, let us now turn to M13. You said that you arrived there in 1973. Is that correct?
Response. I arrived at M13 in 1973. That is correct.
Est-ce que vous avez entendu parler
Question.
de deux centres?
Did you hear about two centers, one called M13A and another called M13B?
Response. John, I am not really sure. I cannot recall it right now. Even when I was asked by the investigators on behalf of the co-investigating judges, I could only recall the security office. I could not recall whether there were M13A or M13B.
Est-ce que vous avez des problèmes de mémoire, Monsieur Mamnai?
Question. Mr. Mamnai, do you have problems with your memory?
Response. Your Honor, it is my habit, and since I was studying, I could not clearly recall the dates. And lately, after I failed from my house. I fell onto the ground and I fell unconscious for about an hour. Since then, after the recovery, I seem to forget a lot. Sometimes even to call the names of my children. I could not just remember their names. 2 or 3 hours later, then I could recall the names.
Question. And today, can you tell us whether in your recollection you had a nickname called Chan? Was it Chan you were called at the time?
Response. I was known as Chan for my revolutionary name.
Question. While you were at M13, were there other people who had the same alias as you?
Response. At M13, there was no other alias like mine.
The
President, I noticed the presence of the lawyer. I think my client did not hear the name clearly. Could you repeat the question, whether you want to specify that his alias is Chan or other people also have alias as Chan at M13?
Question. Mr. Mamnai, do you have difficulty hearing?
Response. I have some difficulties in my hearing.
Est-ce qu'aujourd'hui vous m'entendez bien?
Question. When I put questions to you, can you understand me? When I put the question to you regarding whether your alias was Chan, did you understand that the name I had mentioned was Chan?
Response. Yes, I understand that.
Alors maintenant, est-ce que vous pouvez répondre à cette autre question?
Now, could you answer this question? Were there other people who used that alias in M13 while you yourself were there?
Response. I could not say.
Vous ne savez pas le dire.
Question. You couldn't say because you heard something different in relation to the first question I put, or because you have thought about it?
Response. I think I can understand your question, and I think my response is exactly to the point in your question.
Oui. Alors, Monsieur
Question. Mr. Mamnai, alias Chan, when you were at M13, were you there with your wife and your children?
Response. At M13, later on, my wife and my children, my younger children, joined me, but for the other children, they went to a children's office.
Question. How old were you at M13 and how old were your children?
Response. At M13, I am not sure how old I was. I need to work on that to calculate it. As for my children, I could not say their ages as well. I just knew that the two elder children went to live at a children's office and the younger ones stayed with me.
Question. Apart from growing potatoes, Mr. Momnai, did Doik assign any special responsibilities to you? In particular, did he do that when he had to go away from M13?
Response. When he was not in, I had no other duty to be responsible for any other task, because at that time there was the later Mies who was in charge when Dutch was not in.
Question. Perhaps the accused can remind us of this, but it seems to me that during his interviews he did say that when he had to go away from M13 for a while, he handed over responsibility for the center either to Pon or to Momnai. Mr. Momnai, at the time, did you have difficulties with your eyesight, or was your eyesight good at the time?
Response. Your Honor, I do not understand your question. Can you rephrase it?
Question. When you were at M13, did you have problems seeing things clearly, or did you have no difficulties?
Response. Your Honor, my eyesight was normal.
Question. Could you tell us where the prisoners were? How were they like? What were their detention conditions?
Response. From what I saw, the prisoners wore shorts, and at the time the prisoners were detained in the pits to avoid being bombarded by B-52 of the American people.
Question. So they were in pits. Did the detention conditions seem normal to you? Did they seem satisfactory? Did they seem consistent with human dignity?
Response. The condition of the detention in the pits, from what I observed, the prisoners were shackled and they were topless. They only had shorts on their bodies.
Question. Mr. Momnai, were you armed?
Response. At the time, I did not have a rifle. However, I had a pistol. Initially, when I arrived, I had no weapon. Several months later, I had a pistol. After I had been assigned to make contact with Sector 31. So I always had my gun, my pistol to go along.
Question. Did you ever shoot at fleeing detainees? Or at least detainees who were trying to flee?
Response. Your Honor, I never attempted to shoot any prisoner who attempted to escape. Especially, I did not have the duty to guard the prisoners.
Là aussi, peut-être que l'accusé pourra nous dire.
Judge Lavergne, perhaps the accused would be so kind as to tell us what he thinks about that. It seems to me that he said that this was one of your duties. Question. Did you attend or witness executions in M13? In particular, did it happen that you saw several people tied to posts, in particular a group of 5 people, and did you see that one of these people was killed with a bullet to the head?
Response. I did not know about that, or I cannot recollect the event. What I could recall is that there were prisoners who attempted to escape and they were shot near the stream in the forest. I heard the gunshots at the time the prisoners were fleeing. I was in the potato plantation, which was about 200 meters away from where I heard the gunshots.
Judge Lavergne, I shall just recall that in E1/11.1, and we have a transcript and a witness statement. He was detained in M13. He said there were 4 or 5 people tied to the post. One was shot. The one in the middle was shot, and therefore there were 2 on each side who were still tied, and they could see the one in the middle who had been shot. And he says that the person who fired the shot was Ta Chan. It was somebody who was already old. He could have been 45 years old or more, because he had a daughter and a son who were adults.
J'aimerais aussi
Judge Lavergne, I would also like to know what you think about the accused statements about M13. The accused said this. This is from transcript of the hearing of the 21st of April 2009. This is E1/13.1 and it is at page 46. The ERN number is 003211365. The accused says that M13 was a Khmer Rouge prison. Not only were the conditions difficult, but they were even cruel, and they were characterized by hatred. This was a place where there was no humanity, so it was not only a difficult place to be, it was a cruel place. The accused also added, in other circumstances, that since in S21, those who were sent to M13 and those sent to M13B, which was a re-education camp, were necessarily considered to be enemies. He said, the practice of quote-unquote torture was the rule, and that apart from a dozen or so exceptions, all the detainees were executed. Mr. Mamnai, did you in fact stay at the same place as the accused? And does what the accused say, in your view, reflect the truth in part in any way? Or is this just a figment of the accused's imagination?
Chinese were used to grow those rice. Response, I don't know what kind of people were used to plant rice there. Question. How were people at Praisor treated? Were they detained? Response, I don't know. Question, have you ever visited Praisor? Response, I went there once after the liberation, probably a few months after the liberation. I went to see the gateways and the bridges being built there. Later on, I never paid a visit to that location because Deutsch assigned an engineer to draw the sketches, and at that time cement was consumed in a huge quantity, and that since there was no more cement left, there was no more work, and I did never go there again. Question.
Can you recall the situations or the sceneries of the premises at Praisor? Were there buildings designed to detain detainees, or were there not? Response. I don't think I know anything about this, because when I paid a visit there, I only saw the rice fields and some houses, no significant buildings. That's all I know. Question. During the time you paid a visit to the location, did you see any detainees at Praisor? Response. I only went to visit the place where the bridge and the water gate would be built, and after having seen them, I returned. Question. Do you know anything about the location of the killing fields, Chương Ách? Response. I don't know. I have never known where Chương Ách is. Question. During the time you worked at S21 until the date when the Vietnamese troops came into Cambodia, did you know that detainees were killed? Response. I don't know. Question. On the day when the Vietnamese troops were approaching Phnom Penh, where were you? Response. I was at my house located to the east of the prison, having heard the gunshots. Then we started to run to the location where guards collected, and we grabbed weapons to fight the Vietnamese troops. And after we could not manage to fire the guns, then we started to run away for our life. Question. Where were you running to? Response. We actually prepared to counter-attack the Vietnamese, but Uncle Ho said that it would not be a good idea to challenge the Vietnamese because there were no medics, and that maybe in the late afternoon we proceeded to Bang Tumpun.
Question. Do you know that the last days, during the 6th or 7th of January 1979, were there any detainees left at S21? Response. I don't know. Judge Tumani, thank you, Mr. President. I have no further questions for the moment. The President, is there any judges of the bench who would wish to put further questions to the witness? Judge Silver Cartwright, you take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mum Nai, I want to go back to the time when you were a student before you became a member of the Communist Party of Cambodia. In fact, when you were studying, you studied at the School of Pedagogy in Phnom Penh. Is that correct?
Response. That's correct, Your Honor.
And did you study any languages other than Cambodian?
Response. Other than Cambodian, I studied French and a little English.
And what was the level of your French language?
Response. The level of my French language back then was at grade 3 or classe de troisième in French.
So you were reasonably fluent in French and could read it reasonably well. Is that correct?
Response. That is correct, Your Honor.
And is it correct that you also studied general science?
That response. I studied science. I studied both mathematics, physics, and natural science.
And later you taught at Siem Reap?
Response. That's correct, Your Honor.
And then you were successful in gaining a place at the Pedagogy Institute in Phnom Penh. Is that correct?
Response. Later on, I took the exam to attend the pedagogy school to become a professor. I passed the exam, but I was a reserve candidate, and there was another person whose relative was the Secretary of State of the Ministry of Education. Then he helped me to become the professor, although he was the result candidate. So at the beginning, I did not pass the exam to be the full-time member of the school. I was the result candidate.
But once you entered the Pedagogy Institute, you were very successful, graduating first in your class for both years. Is that correct?
Response. That's correct, Your Honor.
And you were number 1 of 200 students in the French language. Is that right?
Response. It is right, Your Honor, but it is only the result in the semester exam. And I scored high in the... I think I find it difficult in Khmer. I would like to say in French.
Yes, well, please do. You wish to say it in French?
Your Honor, respond, Mr. Momnai, I could speak French. The interpreter would like to inform that Mr. Momnai already said it in French, but he was too quick that the interpreter cannot really release the button.
Yes, thank you. So you have already said what you wanted to say in French. Let me move on. After graduating, you then began teaching in Kampong Thom. Is that correct?
Response, that's correct, Your Honor.
And later you became the principal of the Lycée Kampong Thom. Is that right?
Response. That is not right, Your Honor. After I taught, then I became the censor in French in Kampong Thom Lycée, and 1 year later I became the principal of the Balang Secondary School.
Just let me go back for the moment to what you said in French before. Would you repeat it slowly so that the translators can translate it for us, please?
It was my psychopedagogical final paper.
Thank you. Now, after becoming the director, in fact, you joined the revolution and were imprisoned. And that's when your formal education and teaching role stopped. Is that correct?
Response. After I became the director of secondary school of Balang, I was arrested by the Sihanouk authority and jailed.
So having reviewed your education, your early career and your academic successes, would it be fair to say that you are a very well-educated man and a very clever one?
Response. I am not that proud, but you may feel it is fair to say so.
Thank you. During the time that you spent at S21 as an interrogator, you have given us to understand that in order to protect yourself, you chose not to learn very much at all about what was happening there. Is that a fair summary of what you said to us?
Response. Yes, there is, Your Honor.
And yet you were probably the best educated and one of the most intelligent men at S21. Would that be correct?
Response. I acknowledge that I have been well educated because I passed the Khmer literature degree, a bachelor degree exam, but to say that I would be the best or the smartest person at S21, I'm afraid I may not be in the position to say so.
And while you were an interrogator at S21, you studied the Vietnamese language to enable you to interrogate Vietnamese prisoners until a Vietnamese speaker came along to assist. Is that correct?
Response. That is correct, Your Honor.
When you were at Am Leang, having joined that security office as an interrogator, were you taught the methods of interrogation?
Response. Regarding this matter, actually I was not trained. I was made to only sit down and observe Dutch interrogating detainees, and I could learn from their observations.
And as you studied by watching Duik, did you observe any use of torture at Am Leang Security Office?
Response. When I was sitting to watch Dutch interrogating detainees, I did not observe the use of any tortures. There was not even a single stick next to him at that time.
Were you familiar with the interrogation methods of other interrogators at Am Leang Security Office?
Response. I'm not familiar with the other interrogations techniques of the other guards.
Do you recall being interviewed by Sim Soria and Fabienne Lucot, investigators for the ECCC?
Response. I partially remember them.
at English ERN number 00162-818, you were asked by Fabienne Lucot in relation to Amliang Security Office, did they torture? And you answered, they used some. Do you recall that?
Response. At that time, Mr. Surya and Fabienne asked about tortures. I said, perhaps. I did not make it precise. I only give them my estimation, and they asked what kind of tortures were carried out, and I told them about my experience and things I have come across during the last regime. I think no other tools used other than lashes or sticks.
So that when you were asked, did you ever see torture instruments, and you replied, there was nothing aside from the whips. That is what you are referring to. Is that correct?
Response, as I just mentioned, it is referred to the whips in the interview.
Later on, you were also asked, were operations at S21 the same as Amliang? And you replied at English ERN 00162-909, there were some similarities and some differences. Is that still the way you would describe it?
Response. Yes, there is. There are some similarities and some differences. The similarities were seen in the way how biographies were obtained. The differences were seen in the techniques other interrogators would carry out, because they would use different techniques. I don't know.
By different techniques, do you mean some might have used whips as they were used at Amliang?
Response, I don't know.
Well, can you explain to me how you can say that they used different techniques if you don't know what those techniques were at S21?
Response, I don't know and don't understand what kind of techniques were carried out.
At S21, did you ever participate in any education about methods and techniques of interrogation?
Response, at S21, I cannot recall what happened there. I attended several training sessions, in particular the political sessions.
Did the accused ever instruct interrogators about how to conduct interrogations?
Response. I don't think I know about this. I don't know whether he ever gave such instructions or not.
Again at ERN, the English ERN 00162915, you were asked exactly that question. Did Doik ever instruct interrogators about interrogation? And you said, in general, I saw that they never called the interrogators to meetings, and that the instructions to each interrogator were not for the others to know about, especially having them undergo chewing interrogations. Do you remember making that response?
Mom này. Regarding the chewing interrogation, I can recall it. He often instructed me, if I could not extract the confession, then I should just constantly apply the chewing method, and that I should not give up. But whether he also provided instructions to other interrogators, I have no knowledge of that.
How did the accused describe to you the chewing interrogation method?
Mom này. It means to take a longer time to interrogate and to repeat the same points constantly.
Did he ever describe other methods of interrogation to you, such as the hot method?
Mom này. It seems I do not have knowledge of this, or maybe I cannot recall. But I personally was not instructed to use such method.
You have told us that when you were interrogating at S21, you always interrogated on your own. Is that right?
Mom này. Yes, that is true, Your Honor.
Was there ever a guard present in the interrogation room?
Mom này. The guard stood at the door. The guard did not dare to interfere with my interrogation.
Did you ever use a whip during interrogations?
Mom này. I never use any stick.
Was there ever another person in the room typing down the interrogation, the answers to your interrogation?
Mom này. Your Honor. While I was interrogating Cambodian prisoners, there was no one who wrote down the confession.
So there was never anyone in the room that could say how you interrogated the people that you were assigned to question.
Mom Nai, I was only aware of the guard who was posting somewhere nearby.
Mr. President, I still have some few questions for this witness, but perhaps this is the appropriate time to adjourn.
The President, now it is time for a break. The chamber will take a break and we will resume at 1:30 p.m. Court officer, can you facilitate to provide the necessary refreshment and the waiting room and bring him back into the courtroom before 1:30? Guards, can you take the accused to the detention facility and bring him back before 1:30? The chamber is adjourned.
The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. We're going to hear testimony of witness Mom Nai alias Chan. This morning we stopped while Judge Civil Katrai still had a few more questions to be put to the witness. So she can now take the floor to proceed further questioning.
Thank you, President. Mam Nai, you have said that you were assigned to interrogate Vietnamese detainees when they came to S21. Can you recall when you first began to interrogate Vietnamese detainees?
Response. I cannot recall the date, the first time when I interrogated the first Vietnamese detainee.
Well, was it a year after you began as an interrogator? 2 years after you began as an interrogator? Can you give us an approximate time, please?
Response. I'm afraid I cannot recall or even approximate time.
Who assigned you to interrogate Vietnamese?
Response. I was assigned by Comrade Dodge.
And did you interrogate Vietnamese spies as well as Vietnamese military?
Response. I only interrogated the Vietnamese military.
When the soldiers were brought to you for interrogation, how were they dressed?
Response. They were dressed in civilian clothes.
By civilian clothing, were they wearing all the normal outer garments or just shorts, as other prisoners have been described as wearing?
Response. They were dressed in the civil clothing in the form of just usual garments.
So, did they tell you that they were Vietnamese soldiers?
Response. They were arrested from the battlefields. They told us that they were soldiers.
And did you interrogate them in the same way as other detainees?
Response. Those soldiers were not interrogated the same way as Khmer detainees would have been detained, because we had to interrogate them to get information about their functions and in which battlefields they fought in.
And did you use any form of, did you use whips on the Vietnamese soldiers or any other form of coercion?
Response. The interrogation on these Vietnamese soldiers did not need coercion or whips, because we could take the confession easily just to ask them about their situation and their ranks, whether they were aware of where the weapons would be installed. So by asking such simple questions, we found it easy to get a confession.
And after they had made their confessions, were they ever broadcast, recorded and broadcast on radio?
Response. After the confession was completed, then the confession would be broadcast on the radio.
Was that at your direction or someone else's?
Response. I had no rights to direct anything regarding the broadcast of those confessions on the radio. Doge would be in charge, and I don't know from whom he was ordered to do so.
Were these military detainees called prisoners of war?
Response. If anyone was arrested in the battlefield, he would have been called the prisoner of war.
And did the accused use that term when he assigned you to interrogate them?
Response. He did not use the term, but he said he asked me to interrogate the Vietnamese soldiers instead.
Did you believe the confessions that they made to you?
Response. I believe that the soldiers made the true confession because they attacked us.
Can I ask that the ERN number Khmer 0066314 to 0066316 be displayed, please?
And does what the accused say, in your view, reflect the truth in part, in any way? Or is this just a figment of the accused's imagination?
Response. First, I would like to reject that I never shot anybody. True. The detention of the prisoners was the necessary measure when the country was being attacked by the American imperialists through the colonial regime. So the living conditions for both, for those who were prisoners and for the ordinary people, we were living in a miserable condition. This is my understanding. And from the statement of the confessions, we had, it seems, to make a comparison of the situation at the time to the current situation. So the situation is so different. At that time, the situation was miserable, and now it's plentiful. At that time, just a piece of potato, I would have it to fill myself for the entire day. And even if we were not detained, but we received the same food, more or less. And of course, the prisoners had to eat less, and their clothing had to be in a less better condition.
Question. Talking of food, Mr. Momnai, could you tell us who was in charge of food for the personnel, either in M13 or in S21?
Response. Your Honor, at M13, later on, after my wife joined me, my wife and another older lady, Mac, were doing the cooking. And at age 21, toward late of 98 or something, I cannot recall. But because my wife just delivered a baby and she had to be at the electricity unit at the hospital, 3 or 4 days later she was assigned to harvest the rice in the rice fields. After I heard that, I made a request to Dutch to bring her to be with me. And Dutch approved, so my wife came to live with me at S21, and she was assigned to cook for the guards and the cadres at S21.
Judge Lavergne, you spoke about horrible conditions. Do you remember a specific event? Do you remember flooding that was particular severe flooding at M13, heavy rains? Do you remember something to that effect?
Response. When the investigators came to me, I raised this matter. I still recall that when the water rose so quickly, I went to see my wife and children. Just 100 meters from the prison, the water could be at the level of my waist already. So, and on the upper ground, I could also see that my wife and my grandparents were stuck or stranded on that hillside when the water rose too high. So many other people took refuge on the rooftop of the houses, and even pigs died in that flooding. I don't know whether people died in the flooding. I have no idea.
Judge Lavergne, indeed, at index D22/14, page 12 in the French version, the question is put to you: how many prisoners and cadres died in this flood? And you answer the following: I do not know. I only know that pigs died during this flood. Can you, well, you had the opportunity of seeing the accused quite often when you were at M13, specifically at the end of the period preceding the liberation. Did you have the opportunity of discussing, of having conversations with him? Did he speak to you about specific personal problems? Did he seem depressed or disgusted by what he was doing?
Response. Your Honor, I think I cannot follow your question. Could you please rephrase it?
Excusez-moi, je pense que ma question était trop longue.
I apologize. I believe my question was a bit long indeed. When you were at M13, before April 17th, 1975, did you have the opportunity of having conversations with the accused, or the opportunity of noticing that the accused was depressed or was disgusted by what he had to do at M13?
Response. Before the liberation, I had not discussed with Dutch about any matter at all, and I had not observed his facial expression or physical condition, because I just paid great attention to my work at the potato orchard, and at that time I had no time to observe his behavior, and I think I did not have time to discuss other matters with him either.
Judge Lavergne, did he confide in you? Did he say to you that he hoped to be assigned to another form of work than security work?
Response. I think I was not really the person trusted by him, and he did not assign me any important tasks except interrogating the less important detainees.
Judge Lavergne, well, now let's get to S21. You had the opportunity of working with a certain Nat. And what can you tell us about Nat?
Response. I came to know Nat only after the Liberation Day, and I don't fully have the knowledge of his behavior, but I learned that he was the former head of division.
Judge Lavergne, when you get to know him, was he the chairman of S21?
Response. After the liberation, I got to know him when he was the normal chief of division, and later on he was promoted to be the chairman of S21.
Judge Lavergne, were you able to notice any difficulties in the relationship between Nat and the accused?
Response. I did not pay attention to that matter.
Judge Lavergne, do you know why not resigned from his position at S21?
Response. I don't know about this.
Judge Lavergne, when Nat was the chairman of S21, were you in charge of interrogating prisoners?
Response. I was still the cadre who was in charge of interrogating the less important detainees.
Judge Lavergne, do you remember if when Nat was at S21 that you requested the release of certain prisoners?
Response. I cannot recollect that event. I can't think of it.
Judge Lavergne, so maybe it might be possible to display on the screen a document that is included in the case file under index E5/2.8 and more specifically page ERN 0022 65, 66, and 67. Judge Lavergne, well, I would like to specify that there is a summary of the translation of this document, and this summary is in English, and it is indexed at the same, has the same index, E5/2.8, and ERN 00283986. So, this is page 226566. So, can you recognize your handwriting on this document?
Response. I think this writing is similar to that of mine.
Judge Lavergne, well, this is what the English summary of the translation states. Chan, and
to release this prisoner, as he truthfully confessed and did not do anything wrong willingly. Alors,
Judge Lavergne, so we already gathered explanations on the part of the accused concerning a certain number of documents of the same kind. And the accused said to us, and he will correct me if I'm wrong, that when the word released was being used, this meant this was an artifice. This simply was to not say that somebody was going to be executed and that the word released should be interpreted as meaning to execute. And he, in fact, explains that this was a practice that had been set up by Nat in order to hide from his superiors the execution of people he had arrested on his own decision. So, does this correspond to what you told Mr. Kangek Iu, or am I mistaken?
The accused, Your Honor, the term release is a fabricated term by Nat. When Nat arrested people arbitrarily by his own, and when he was so afraid that his activity would be compromised to the upper echelon, he tried to use this approach, and this is how I explained earlier.
Alors,
Judge Lavergne, well, Mr. Mamnai, so to release, this is a lie. This is a way of presenting things in an artificial manner. This is a way of camouflaging reality.
Response. I was not in charge an important task, like Deutsche just said. If I was dictated the phrase like release, then I would just follow what I was asked to write on that piece of document. So whether the person would be released or not, I have no idea. So I, as their subordinate, would be asked to just note down, like for example, to be released, then I would just write it down. That's it. And as I told Your Honors already, I tried to read the writing. First, I said it was similar to my writing, but later on I realized that they belongs to me. Of course, it's my writing. So at that time, I was their subordinate. I did not know the tricks of my superior. So if they dictated to me to write on any piece of paper that the person to be released, I just did so because I was their subordinate, and subordinate had to follow the order of the superior. So please be informed.
Judge Laverne, I have other questions, but I believe now it's time to adjourn for a little while.
The President, we will take 18 minutes break. We will resume at 3:05. The court official is instructed to make sure that the witness can have a good rest.
The President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. Before the break, Judge Laverne was questioning the witness, so I would like now to give the floor to Judge Laverne to continue his questioning.
Monsieur Mamnai,
Judge Laverne, Mr. Mamnai, were you often asked, were you often asked to write to be freed, and did you often obey such orders without asking any questions?
Mamnai, John, I cannot recall it clearly.
Qui vous a demandé d'écrire de telles annotations?
Who asked you to make such annotations? Was it the accused, or was it not?
Mamnai, from my understanding, it was only the chairman, Nat, who asked me to write that annotation for the release.
Je ne vous demande pas ce que vous comprenez.
Judge Laverne, I'm not asking you what you understand. I'm asking you what you remember. What do you remember?
Mamnai, John, I cannot recall. But at that time, if Nat were the chairman, it was from him.
Dans vos rapports avec Duc,
in your relationship with Duc, you have indicated that he didn't always trust you. Do you know whether Duc made reports to his superiors in your regard?
Response. I do not really understand your question, my apology. Can you repeat your question, please?
Nat
Question. Nat was the director of S21 at the start of the institution. He was subsequently replaced by the accused, Dyke. The accused was in contact with his superiors. Are you aware whether Dyke, that is, the accused, made reports regarding your behavior which he submitted to the superiors?
Mom này. I still do not understand your question. Do you want to know whether Dutch reported about my behavior? Is that what you are asking?
Oui, Monsieur Momnai.
Judge Lavergne, yes, Mr. Momnai.
Mom này, Your Honor, one day there was an enemy in a regiment from the Division 170 named Pan. According to Dutch, Dutch told me that Pan implicated me, that I used to visit his uncle's house. To make it more detailed, his uncle was my friend since we were in year 6, until we later became teachers together. And his uncle, Li Pan, before he joined the revolution, he was accused by the newspapers that he was a free Khmer. And I replied to Dutch that if he did not trust me, he could make an arrest. He could arrest me. However, later on, Dutch told me that he had already reported to the upper echelon, and the upper echelon replied that I was an intellectual and that I should be trustworthy. From that day onward, Dutch did not say anything else about me personally. However, through my observation, it seems that he no longer trusted me. And later on, he stopped assigning me to interrogate prisoners. This is my personal understanding, as I did not know whether he trusted me or not. What I said was just my personal analysis and observation, as later on I was assigned not to interrogate the prisoners.
Quand est-ce que se situait cet incident?
When did this incident occur? Was it at the beginning when S21 was set up, or was it at the end of the life of the institution?
Mom này. On this particular matter, I cannot clearly recall the date. I think it is probably it happened within the first half of the period of the establishment. I cannot clearly recall the date. I can only remember the event.
C'était avant que Duke.
Was it before Duke assigned you the task of interrogating the Vietnamese prisoners, or was it after this?
Mom Nai. It was before I was assigned to interrogate Vietnamese prisoners. I think it happened after he became the chairman of S21.
Dans vos déclarations devant les enquêteurs,
in your statements before the investigators and during a confrontation which is registered as D54 in the case record, you said, amongst other things, the following, and I'm referring to page 9 of the French. You indicated that in S21, all telephone conversations were recorded for fear that people would contact other people in regard to various matters. And you said that Duke told you about this practice, and that he explained to you that the aim was to prevent the interrogators from communicating with each other. You also said that the telephone was near the place where Him Hoi used to work. Do you recall that, sir?
Mom Nai. John, I can't recall this particular point as you have just stated. My statements when I provided my interview to the co-investigating judges.
Est-ce que ça veut dire que Duke?
Does it mean that Duke monitored everything that was said and that he trusted no one?
Mom Nai. On this particular matter, I could not make a conclusion on his stance. However, I knew that he prevented the contact between and amongst the interrogators.
Donc Duke avait imposé une
So Duke had imposed a rule that interrogators were not to talk amongst themselves. Do you confirm that or not?
Mom Nai. Your Honor, from his instruction to me, in order to control the communication amongst the interrogators, in order to prevent them from communicating to each other on other matters.
Est-ce que Duke
Question. Did Doik sometimes come to attend the interrogations you were conducting? Did he come to monitor the way in which the interrogations were being conducted?
Response. On this matter, when I interrogated the prisoners, Dutch never came to my interrogation office to monitor it, and I did not know whether Dutch went to monitor other interrogators while they were doing interrogations.
Vous avez entendu M. Mamman par M. Simsoria.
You were interviewed by Mr. Sim Soria and Ms. Fabienne Luco, who are ECCC investigators. This is in document D50/2 at page 4 of the interview record. And this is what is said here. While I was conducting the interrogation, sometimes Duck came to see me too.
Alors, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire?
So, what does this mean?
Mom này, from what I can recall, during the time that I interrogated the Vietnamese prisoners, he never come to see me, but I cannot recall clearly whether he came when I interrogated the Cambodian prisoners.
Bien. En dehors des interrogatoires,
very well. Apart from interrogations, did you have any other duties? And did it happen for that you assist or to receive prisoners that were sent to S21?
Vous n'avez pas entendu ma question?
Do you wish me to repeat my question? Did you not hear it?
Mom này, I can hear your question, Your Honor. I never received any prisoner.
Alors, peut-être...
Question. Perhaps it might be possible to put up a number of documents. I refer, for example, to the document registered as D57, Annex 105. ERN number in the French is 00333262. And the Khmer ERN is 0008872008870. Can these documents be put up on the screen, please? That is the Khmer document.
ជាភាសាខ្មែរនៅលើអេក្រង់
Question.
Voilà, peut-être pourrions-nous aller au bas de ce document.
Perhaps we could scroll down to the bottom of the document.
Alors, est-ce que c'est un document
Judge
dont...
Is this a document that you published or that you issued? Is it a document for which you are responsible, Mr. Momnai?
Mom này, Your Honor, I cannot recall clearly because I did not pay much attention to it, and there was no clear or proper assignment on this task.
Dans vos souvenirs, si peuvent se rafraîchir un peu.
If your memory were to be refreshed a little, would you... It seems to me that the name indicated at the bottom of the document is yours, isn't it?
Mom này, if the document is a handwriting script, then it's easy for me to identify. In this tight format, I can see my name is typed, but I cannot recall whether I made it. If you had a document in handwriting, probably it's going to help me to recall it. But yes, it is my name, Jan, nobody else. That's my name.
Vous étiez bien le seul.
Judge Lavergne, you were the only person who was in a position to produce such a document, weren't you?
Mom này, it seems that I did not have the duty to prepare the documents. I still recalled that I was only the interrogator. However, if I was assigned to do other miscellaneous tasks, then I would just simply follow. So I cannot recall clearly on this document. I just reiterate that.
Alors, peut-on peut-être
Question. Perhaps another document could be put up on the screen. I am referring to document number 0088733. That is 0088733. Interpreter corrects, the ERN is 000-88733. That is the Khmer ERN, says Judge Lavergne.
Bay. បទភាសាខ្មែរ
Judge Laverne. I'm afraid I only have access to the English translation. I do not know whether there is any further information regarding the bottom of this document or the end of the document. Perhaps we could scroll down to the end of the document.
Voilà, donc nous avons un document qui est également donc, tapé à la machine.
We also have a typewritten document in this case. Does it remind you of anything, Mr. Mamnai?
I still cannot recollect it. Of course, Chan is my name. I am trying my best to recollect it, but I can't think of it. The President, the lawyer, you take the floor. Mr. Kung Sam On, I have two remarks regarding the presentation of the documents. The witness is not able to see the full document. Only part of the document is displayed, so I'm afraid that the witness may not be able to review the full context, because having seen only very small part of the document, the witness is not able to recollect the events that happened more than 30 years ago. So I think the witness should be given the full text and time to read those documents. Number two, I would like to also submit that in putting questions to the witness, my request is that I don't know whether the president or the judges of the bench are entitled to put all kinds of questions to the witness, or should there be any kind of restrictions to those questionings? For example, whether leading questions should be avoided or not. If judges put questions to a witness and all questions could be put to the accused, then the parties to the proceeding may repeat a lot of questions. And I have observed that the judges have repeated a lot of questions already. So my suggestion is that the chamber should adjourn by now, and that the judges should also review how questions should be put by the bench, and how the prosecutors and the defense counsel could put questions, so that I am able to object some questions, if I may. Otherwise, I would not be able to do so. For example, the questions based on the what we call adversarial hearing system, then there should be a particular format in which every one of us should be follow. And it is at the interest of the witness also to be informed for the party of the witness to be informed of how questions should be framed so that we are in the position to properly defend the client. Thank you. The President, thank you, Mr. Lawyer. Regarding the first remark expressed by the lawyer, it is appropriate to say so, especially when it comes to the documents to be presented to the witness. The documents themselves have to be fully displayed so that the witness can review the contents of the documents or forms of letters so that he can recollect the memory and the event. And this kind of practice should have been practiced, and I appreciate the comment made by the lawyer. However, in response to your remarks concerning the questions prepared by the bench, I would like to inform you that we are following the procedures in Cambodia, which based on the French system, and these proceedings are processed based on the civil law system. So the role to put questions in more deliberate questions is vested with the chamber, the bench. So questions would be prepared by the judges to be put to the witness before the chamber, and the parties are entitled to put further questions that have not yet been asked by any judges of the bench. And the chamber repeatedly reminds the parties not to put questions concerning the leading questions, the other kind of questions to be prohibited, or repetitious questions, or kind of questions that make the civil party or witness or the experts to make his or her own conclusion based on the question. So I hope the parties to the proceeding have been well reminded, and since you are just here today, you may have not been well informed. And I also have such remark regarding how we can control the proceedings, but it is not really easy to lead the proceedings when the facts about something that happened more than 30 years ago, including the armed conflicts, it is inevitably that the chamber may be in the position that the mistake cannot be avoided, but we have already made it clear that the parties to the proceeding are advised not to ask questions that the chamber has asked them not to do. And so I think we are now practicing the tradition or the judicial tradition or practices applied in the National Court of Cambodia. So this principle still stands. And regarding the time allocation to be allocated to the parties and also to particularly topics at issue have already been identified. So we hope the lawyer is now informed of how the proceedings are conducted. When it comes to the repetitious questions and how we could avoid it, of course the chamber is taking every minute of every day when we retire to deliberate, to discuss how we can really proceed more expeditiously, and that justice is done and seen to be done, and that we try our best to make sure questions are straightforward and then straight to the facts at issue. So please be informed. I note that Mr. Francois Roux is on his feet. The floor is yours.
Mr. Roux, thank you, Mr. President. Just to clarify everything following our colleague's observation, I believe that it is important to remind the Chamber of Article 28 of our internal rules, that is to say that a witness can refuse to self-incriminate. I do not know how this is translated into Khmer, but this in any case clearly means that the witness can request to remain silent concerning questions that would lead him to self-incriminate. And we know this rule clearly because we have been involved in this trial for many weeks. But I believe that it is good to have the witness hear it again, since he's only been with us for the past 24 hours. So he is entitled to remain silent if the question that is put to him would lead him to self-incrimination.
President, thank you. The defense counsel, can it be reminded that if I am not mistaken, I have already informed this witness since the very beginning of the proceedings, and at this moment he still can exercise his rights. According to that rule, if he knows that any response could self-incriminate him, so he still feel free to exercise the right. So if he realizes that any of his responses would self-incriminate him, then he can remain silent, or he can refuse to respond. And how the rules are applied, the chamber has been in good preparation, and we have had several discussions and lengthy discussion concerning how we can deal with the situation. We note that Mr. Alain Wagner is on his feet. The floor is yours.
Mr. Wagner, thank you, Mr. President. Well, simply to say that if the witness is to be reminded of his obligations regarding Rule 28, well, I also, as a civil party lawyer, believe that the obligations in Rules 35 and 36 be reminded to him that if indeed it is decided not to use the possibility that it is to remain silent, well, he is faced with very serious obligations, in particular regarding Rule 36.1, and in the consequences of breaching this law are stated in 36.2, and I'm not sure that the lawyer has been reminded of the obligations in Rules 35 and 36, not only what is stated in Rule 28. Thank you.
ខ្ញុំគិតថា
The President, I think the understanding of Rule 28 is based on the circumstance and the questions we face. So, in which case, for example, if the person refuses to respond because he is afraid that he would be facing the self-incrimination testimony, so then there would be a solution, and this applies to other people also. That's why if such things happens, then a in-camera session would be requested, because if he prefers to testify the part of testimony that self-incriminates him, then in that proceeding he may request a in-camera session, and that we can respond to his request accordingly. So in this rule, of course, we want to make sure that the rule is applied, but so far we have not encountered such incidents yet. Judge Zongma Laverne, you can now take the floor to continue with the questions, and that if any document is to be presented or displayed so that the witness would like to see, then a copy should be made available to him.
Judge Lavergne, thank you, Mr. President. I believe that now, with all of this advice, I do not know how many lawyers should be assigned to this witness. I believe that he received quite a bit of advice today, because he is able to understand that if he wishes to remain silent, he has the possibility of doing so. I hope that this was explained to him sufficiently clearly. I have no objection to copy the documents that were displayed on the screen, so they be given to the accused so that he can read them, and so that he can provide any additional observations that he wishes to do. I simply would like to know if, while he was active at S21, he said to us that he did not have the opportunity of wandering around the compound, but however, I'd like to know if he heard people screaming, if he heard people howling, if he saw people suffering, or if, according to him, everyone was in good health at S21.
The President, Mom Nai, please hold on, because I know that the accused is on his feet. The accused, Mr. President, and Your Honors, this list was made available to me during the face, and I was surprised. But I accepted that the document is a kind of form created by Comrade Ho, and that Brother Chan's name was put on that piece of letter, and I would like such the same form to be followed, and there was in that piece of letter my annotation. That's why I admitted that this form could be the form used at S21, and I just realized that I recognized the form later, and I hope that I can see that Brother Momnai would be taken by surprise also to see this kind of form of document. The President, Judge Jean-Marc Lavange, you can now please proceed with your question, but could you please repeat your question so that the witness can respond?
Judge Lavergne, I must confess that I'm a bit confused because I do not know to whom I must put a question. Now I have to put a question to the accused because giving the latest clarifications that were provided, I would like to know something that is important, that if according to him, when he was at the head of S21, if he was aware of any forms that contained inexact annotations, that is to say, forms that were supposed to come from a certain Chan, and that, according to his explanations, were originating from a certain Ho.
The accused. It is more an administrative matter. It has nothing to do with the arrest of any people or the receiving of people. At the beginning, there was no proper document like that. So, for example, the format of the letter with dear brother, beloved brother, and with highly respect, something like that. So later on, I asked Ho to create such format, and then I asked him to put the name Chan in that letter, and I had reviewed other documents, and I could see my handwriting, which states that this contemptible was not the CIA network, for example. And then I saw another piece of letter with the signature of Brother Mom Nai. So these form of letters are more related to the administration matter. It has nothing to do with the arrest of people or the receiving of people. And of course, it is the new format of letter created by Comrade Ho. At that time, I think probably he agreed with such assignment, but maybe time passed by and he cannot really recollect the event, and I am the chairperson at that location, so I could be of better knowledge of how things was unfold.
Judge Lavergne, but I would like to know if the name Chan was included under your instructions, whereas you had asked Ho to complete this task.
The accused. When I saw the document given to me by the co-investigating judges, I think it's still my conclusion, but I did not contest it because I see my handwriting on one of the pieces of those documents. So from my analysis, I think I asked Ho to put the name of Chan as the person who keeps the record of this paperwork. So it is only how we can deal with the administrative affairs, and that Chan was assigned, and his name appears in the piece of paper.
Judge Laverne, I apologize, but I do not understand your explanations. Why did you ask to put down the name Chan, whereas it was Hor who was in charge? What do you want to hide? Do you want to hide something from us?
The accused. My subordinate, actually the vice chairman of me, was Comrade Ho, so he would report to me and asked me for decision or orders. So this form of a piece of letter is more for the administration work. That's why Chan was assigned to handle this task. And perhaps Brother Momnai himself forgets that he was in charge of that letter, because Momnai was assigned to keep the good record of these kind of documents, but he just forgets. I'm surprised.
Judge Laverne, I believe that we will stop right here concerning these explanations, which seem to be rather confusing. Now, Mr. Momnai, I'm going to restate the question I was putting to you earlier. When you were working at S21, did you hear people scream? Did you hear people howl? Did you see people suffer, corrects the interpreter? Did you see people who were ill? Or, according to you, were all the detainees in good health?
Response. Before I respond to you, I would like to give you the brief information about the location. The house where I interrogated detainees, were separated from others. And number two, I was not allowed to move about. So I could never hear anything because the house was in a far distance from that location, the prison. And regarding the condition of the detainees, I have no idea, because normally when the people were sent to me, they were in good health. And through my analysis, I think those people were currently sent in to me. That's why they looked in good health. And they were not the detainees who had been detained several months or years already before they were sent to me to be interrogated.
Judge Lavergne, according to you, the prisoners who were brought to S21, were they all enemies of the revolution? Did they all commit offenses because they had been arrested?
I would like to inform Your Honor that I first want to know, are you asking about the Cambodian or the Vietnamese prisoners? Can you clarify your question? Then I can provide my response accordingly.
Judge Lavian, well, you can answer concerning each one of the categories separately if you prefer.
ទៅនឹងសំណួររបស់ខ្ញុំនេះដោយលើកអំពីប្រភេទទាំងពីរនេះដាច់ពីឡែកគ្នា
មុំណៃ
សូមជម្រាបលោកចៅក្រម
John
គឺថាប្រភេទជនដែលជាប់ចោទខ្មែរ
The Cambodian prisoners who were detained there
ក៏មានជំនឿថាមិន 100%
I believe that not 100% of them were the enemies. However, also not 100% of them were the innocent. Some of them did commit an offense to a certain extent. This is regarding the Cambodian prisoners. As the Vietnamese or Yun prisoners, when they were sent to me to be interrogated, there was only one or two of them who were civilian Vietnamese. And even if they were civilian, they were also arrested from the battlefield. And they were sent by the military units. And for the Vietnamese soldiers, I strongly believe they were the invaders of the Cambodian territory. None of them was innocent. They grabbed the Cambodian territory. And that was my position, and this is my response to you, Your Honor.
Judge Lavian, so if I sum this up, regarding the Vietnamese prisoners, they were all arrested for good reasons. Concerning the Cambodians, since none were completely innocent, they were also at S21 for good reasons, as far as you're saying.
Mom này John I do not understand when you said the detention of those people is for good reason. Maybe you can elaborate further on the point that you said it's for good reason to detain those people.
Judge Lavian, well, I'm going to refer to one of your statements, which is indexed at D58/2. It is when you were questioned by the investigators, and it's on page 4 in the French version. You stated the following: I believe that those who were arrested were sure of having committed heavy or minor offenses. So, according to you, all of the people who ended up at S21, did they commit offenses that would justify their detention at S21?
Mom này John regarding the offenses which led to the arrest of those people from the base and sent to S21, I did not know about those offenses. And when I spoke to the investigators from the Office of the Co-Investigating Judges, I said they committed offenses, either minor or serious. And this is the reason for their arrest. And how serious or how minor the offense, I did not know. That's up to those people at the base who arrested them. So the actuality is that they committed an offense to an extent, either minor or serious offense.
Judge Lavergne, let's go back to your explanation. Do you believe that the judgment of these base people could be faulty? Was it possible that there were mistakes?
Mom Nai, I still do not understand what you are trying to get at. Are you implying that those people at the base made mistakes, or those people who were arrested at the base made mistakes?
Judge Lavergne, you said to us that the people were sent to S21 after having been arrested by, quote, by the base people. So, were these arrests potentially faulty? Were there people who, according to you, who could be innocent, 100% innocent? Or 50% innocent, let's say?
Mom Nai, John, I cannot make a presumption on this. This is my response.
Judge Lavergne, returning to this same document, when you're questioned by the investigators, you explained that you were not afraid of death back then, and you were willing to sacrifice yourself for the cause of the people and of the party. And you also explained what revolution meant to you. You say that the revolution has 3 steps. Democratic, I'm just quoting you, that is to say, the struggle. The fight between the imperialists and the feudalists, and the second step is socialism, and the third step is communism. And you conclude in the following way: the revolution was not successful because of the enemies who were warring from within and the enemies from the outside, as Vietnam. So, can you tell us a bit more about this? Does this correspond to your thoughts? Does this correspond to any form of regret? And if there is regret, regret of what?
Mom Nai, I would like to state that at that time I said the revolution had undertaken 3 stages: the national revolution, the Socialist Revolution and the Communist Revolution. On the other hand, I also said the failure in making the revolution was due to the internal conflict of the Cambodian people, as well as the invasion from Vietnam. That was what I said, and that was what I observed at the time. Because in the Cambodian society at the time, it seems the situation seems to deteriorating, and from the historical experience, when we lose our consolidarity, then we would be defeated. This is my response to you, Your Honor.
Judge Lavergne, can you be a bit clearer about this? Can you tell us a bit clearer about who is responsible for what happened? And also, what are your regrets?
Mom này, Your Honor. My regret is that our country had been invaded. To speak frankly, first, the America invaded us, and then the Vietnamese people invaded us, and that was my regret.
Je peux comprendre.
Judge Lavergne, I believe I understood that when you were at the pedagogical institute that you had learned a bit of English. Is that so?
Est-ce que vous avez appris l'anglais, monsieur?
Did you learn English, Mr. Momnai?
Momnai, I studied English a little bit. I could speak very little, but I knew some common words and phrases for everyday usage. However, to have a clear and a fluent conversation is not possible for me.
Judge Lavergne, I want to ask you whether you know the meaning of two words. The words in English are no fear. Do you know what that means?
No fear. តើលោកមានន័យតើលោកដឹងអត្ថន័យរបស់វាដែរឬទេ
Mom, no, I do not know the meanings of these two words.
Bien, dans ce cas, je n'ai pas d'autres questions à vous poser. Monsieur le Président, je n'ai pas
says Judge Lavergne, in that case I have no further questions to put to the witness, Mr. President.
បន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីសួរទៅកាន់សាកសីនោះទេលោកប្រធាន
The President, judges of the bench, do you have any more questions for the witness? If not, I think today the chamber is going to adjourn, and we will resume tomorrow, starting from 9 a.m. I noticed the presence of the co-prosecutor. You take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a brief matter. We have a document that we would like to show the accused tomorrow. It's quite a lengthy document. We think it's a document that he wrote. We were wondering whether or not we could provide that document to the witness so he can review it overnight, and then the questioning should run more smoothly tomorrow morning, with your permission.
The President, the Chamber grants you the submission. I also noticed the presence of the Defense Counsel. You take the floor.
Mr. Hu, the defense would just like to know what it is about before the chamber decides. I hope that my learned colleague will remember to follow the adversarial nature of these proceedings and inform the defense. What document is this?
Your Honour, I think I misspoke. I meant the witness, not the accused. It's not to the accused.
Mr. Hu, but the defense would like to know what document the prosecution wishes to give to the document. It seems to me that it is but normal for us to know what documents the prosecution wishes to show the witness. Could you please answer us?
Thank you, Your Honour. It's IS Annex C. It's the notebook of Chan, of the witness. It's 396 pages. We're obviously not going to go through each page, but just so you can become familiar with the document. And we'll give the full references tomorrow.
Monsieur le Président, s'il s'agit bien
Mr. President, if it is indeed this document that is being referred to, the defense has no objection. But I wanted to be sure what document it was all about, so we have no objection to that document.
The President, the submission by the co-prosecutor to provide a document which is already part of the case file to the witness, and the defense counsel has no objection to that the chamber grants the request to the co-prosecutor so they can provide the document to the witness to read through the documents overnight, and that would facilitate the smooth questioning tomorrow. We will adjourn the hearing today, and we will resume tomorrow from 9 a.m. Mr. Mom Nai, the proceedings of hearing your testimony has not yet completed. For this whole day, only the chamber has the floor, and you are instructed to participate in the proceeding again tomorrow. It's going to take probably another day for you. Do you understand that? Court officer, can you provide necessary assistance for Mom Nai to return to his accommodation? You worked in conjunction with Visu. Security guards take the accused back to the detention facilities and bring him back before 9 a.m. The court is adjourned.